Ahoy, shipmates! As you can see, it's very windy and choppy out there. The Azamara Onward is just rated in. She's about to go. She has 662 passengers and 339 crew. It's just the... Oh, come on. There we go. It's just the two departures today. The Azamara Journey. Sorry, Azamara Journey. I think it was Azamara Onward. Azamara Journey at 6. And then the Queen Mary 2 was due at 6, but she's been delayed to 10 o'clock. I don't know why. Perhaps the wind is pulling her off. As you can see, we've had gusts in the region of 30 knots. I was listening to the VTS earlier, and they said the wind's going to calm down later. So there's a good chance the wind will calm down, and maybe that's why the Queen Mary 2 is waiting and delayed. Visibility is only 20 nautical miles. I can see that on cruise cam. It's not brilliant out there. And this is looking across the Solent, and you can see the waves are quite choppy out there. I did get up early this morning. Actually, Queen Mary 2 arrived late this morning, so that actually it's just occurring to me. She arrived at 8:45 this morning, much later than you would normally expect to see cruise ships arriving. Normally they arrive around 6 o'clock, sometimes earlier. So as she arrived late this morning, I'm wondering if they need to do a few bits and pieces which they haven't got around to doing. I mean, that chap on the windsurf's belting along, isn't he? Look at that. Oh, oh, oh. You must have found a smooth patch of water there.
Red Falcon VTS, that's all copied traffic information. The Azamara Journey just about to depart from 1-on-1 berth out there.
Yep, the Azamara Journey, she's over here, just out of our view on Mayflower Park. And as you can see, she's got the Svitzer Eleanor and the Svitzer Bargate, both assisting in the departure, which I thought was likely. And then Queen Mary 2 is a bit further up here, with Sea Green still assisting in probably rubbish removal or something. With the shipmate Fiona McNichol says 53 days until my departure on Iona to the fields again. There'll be 5 ships. When there'll be 5 ships departing. Oh, there'll be 5 ships. Really? 53 days time. Oh, that's very good. That's just about the edge of Cowshot Spit there. I've got two departures today, then nothing tomorrow. Thursday, we've got 2 at 4 o'clock, Celebrity Apex and the Emerald Princess. And Celebrity Apex is quite good for going past the cows. Past the Needles. I'm not sure if she's doing it this time. I don't know where she's going. But I did hear the Azamara Journey. She is off to Liverpool, and the master was originally thinking of going past the Needles, but they've been discussing it. Apparently the pilot has been discussing it, and they've decided now not to go that way. I'd imagine it's probably a bit choppy and blowy and blusty going past the Needles. I haven't got the Needles wind speed on me, but whatever the speed of the wind is here, it's probably a good 20 knots faster on the Isle of Wight at the Needles. So I suspect that is a more sensible choice to go clockwise. Oh, the ship at Rainbow Races. Well, I put a camera in Mayflower Park. I should put one on top of Mr. Whippy's van, shouldn't I? That's what I should do. Yep, the Azamara Journey is off on a 13-day cruise from Southampton to Leith in Edinburgh, going clockwise around the British Isles, calling in at Liverpool, then popping back across to Dublin in the Southern Ireland, then Belfast in Northern Ireland, then Greenock in Scotland.
Red Osprey departing roll here.
Osprey VTS, that's all understood. The Red Falcon approaching fully deep inbound.
Thank you.
Then Aberdeen, Scotland, Dundee in Scotland, Leith in Edinburgh is her last stop. She's there a couple of days, actually. Very very spendy, the cruises on the Azamara lines. I'm not sure how much that one's going for, but I'm looking at the prices for others. I'd imagine it's probably starting at many thousands of pounds. Then Queen Mary 2, she's off on a quick little trip to Zeebrugge for Bruges in Belgium. It's just a 3-day round trip. Now, I can actually give you some pricing on that. Paul from Love Cruise, thankfully, has sent one over. And this is the exact cruise today. So the prices are from $399 for an inside or $469 for a balcony. So if you fancied trying cruising and hadn't done it before, it might be for you. It's only 3 days. And it's on Queen Mary 2. I've not been on Queen Mary 2 myself yet. Fancy something a little further afield. This is the British Isles cruise. So this is a similar itinerary to the Azamara. And that's for September this year, for 12 nights. That's from $14.19 per person, or around about $2,000 for a balcony. But the one I liked. Now, if I had the time and the money, I'd be very tempted with this. It's a 107-night cruise. Starting here in the marvellous port of Southampton and returning here to the marvellous port of Southampton and essentially going around the world. And that's starting at only £12,799. I appreciate that's per person, and that's an inside, and your drinks package will be on top. So I appreciate it is quite expensive, but it is for 107 nights. I'm not sure I could do my daily vlog on that, though. I'd have to... Well, maybe I could do a daily vlog. Not sure. That would be quite ambitious. Oh, hello, what's going on here? I've just spotted something in the park. It's like a... I don't know what's going on here. It's like a man up a post. Is there a man up a post?
BTS, the Azamara Journey, on stations. Let them go in the next few minutes.
Doing something going on down there.
Azamara Journey, VTS, all copied. The Red Falcon, fully deep inbound.
Thank you.
Yes, anyway, this full world voyage starting from £1,279 per person. Starting at Southampton, calls at New York, Curacao, Panama, that goes through the Panama Canal, Mexico, California, Hawaii, French Polynesia, New Zealand, Australia, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, Mauritius, South Africa, Namibia, Senegal, the Canary Islands, Spain, and then back to the port of Southampton. Maybe if I can run a one of those sort of GoFundMe campaigns, see if I can get enough people to GoFund me. I'll tell you what while I'm thinking about it, because it's bringing me on to something else. In case you're wondering, shipmates, I am the captain of the Solent Ships YouTube channel, coming to you live and direct from the port of Southampton. A mere 6 or 7 minutes into the broadcast. Captain's on his game today. He was up early this morning. Oh, I did live stream Queen Mary 2 coming in this morning. I don't know if you said. Some actually stunning pictures. What if I can show you? Let's see. It looks like she's going to be delayed until later, unfortunately. The Azamara Journey is away first. Let's see if I can find some imagery of this morning. Oh yes, here we go. And that's there. I wonder if I can get it to no, hang on. No, just hold with me a second. Hold with me. Doink. There we go. Oh, there we go. I'll make it a bit bigger for you. So this was the Queen Mary 2, which came in this morning. It was really good images. There was really dark over on the Isle of Wight. I think it was raining. And then it was really light here in port. We had some lovely sun coming in. Just lighting up Queen Mary 2. She looked stunning. The water had a slight greeny tinge to it. And then you've got the darkness of the sky. And the Queen Mary 2 herself, of course, got the dark blue coloured hull, a white superstructure and a bright red funnel. It was quite a pretty image. Yeah, there you go. That's a little bit further on when it was nice and sunny. And look how calm it is this morning. Much calmer this morning than it is now at the moment. The wind is really noisy out there. I can hear it on the outside microphone. One of the shipmates was in the chat. I forget which shipmate it was. So they took a couple of screenshots because they were going to make a painting or an illustration. Look back at the Azamara Journey. There she is. Got the swan tug Eleanor at the bow, ready to pull hard. I've got replacements for junction cam. Junction cam's gone even further off now. It's completely fallen off its bracket. Yeah, I've got replacements for junction cam and ferry cam. Had them up testing a couple of days ago. You might notice them on the edge of ferry cam. I brought them back in again. I've got the mount ready. Unfortunately, the weather's not very good today for climbing around on roofs. A bit too windy out there. And then tomorrow, the weekend, I think it might be raining, so that's not very good for climbing around roofs either. So it might be a little while before I get those two up. As soon as I can, I shall pop them up. Yes, you can see quite pretty images this morning. No, I was not often I live stream in the mornings, but I thought as it was not too early, so it's usually on the time there, it was only 8 o'clock, and the pictures were excellent. Colours were wonderful. I thought I'd give that a go. Oh, shipmate Paul Osborne. He said, oh, that was me. He was going to do a painting. Got a blank canvas for it. Oh, there we go. See, so I'm not sure which shot he's going to use, what position. I presume it's not going to be one with the red funnel ferry overtaking, or maybe it will. I don't know. I don't know what his composition will include. As you can see, it's very windy out there at the moment. The wind is coming directly from the west and gusting to 30 knots. And the radio's really quiet. If I've got the radio on, I suppose I should check, shouldn't I? Is the radio on? Yes, the radio is on. Good, good. I've got some prices from Paul for the Azamara cruises here. Let's just save those down and we can look at those. Azamara is more of a luxury brand than some of the other ships, and also a lot smaller. You get, as you can see, was only 600 odd passengers on board today and 330 odd crew, so much more of an intimate luxury experience on the Azamara ships. So for instance, British Isles cruise, this is what she'll be doing today. Southampton, day at sea, Dublin, Belfast, overnight in Belfast, overnight in Greenock. Then at sea again, Aberdeen, Dundee, and then Leith, Edinburgh for 2 nights. And this one leaves today, and you can get inside cabin from 1759 or an ocean view from 1929, which actually is cheaper than I was expecting. I don't know what you get with Azamara cruises, though. I don't know if you get Wi-Fi included and drinks package and all sorts of things. I know with Oceania cruises, you get a lot more included in the price. And that's one of the things they do say, is that when you compare the price of a cruise to another line, do bear in mind that there we go, I see a cruise ship on the screen. Lots of things are included. They've got a 10-night France intensive voyage. So Portsmouth to Rouen, then Honfleur, then Cherbourg, Saint-Malo, Brest, La Rochelle, Bordeaux overnight. Looks like you're going to make your own way back to the wonderful Port of Southampton from there. I do notice when I was looking down through her schedule, she's constantly going to different places all the time. She doesn't really home port anywhere. This one was interesting again. 64 nights, and this is for year after next, 2 years' time. £21,000, just about. 28,800 for a balcony or club veranda. And that's a 64-night cruise. Portsmouth to Portsmouth. That calls in at a lot of European destinations. Or the Baltic states. Azamara Onward, built in 2000, so she's actually 25 years old. Has a maximum speed of 18 knots, which, if you're familiar with the speeds of ships, is actually quite low. Most of the cruise ships we have here in the Port of Southampton have a speed somewhere in the region of 22 knots, maybe 21 knots, the occasional one 23 knots, all apart from Queen Mary 2. She's got a operational speed of 30 knots. Quite a bit faster than all the others. Makes her an ocean liner, not a cruise ship. She's got maximum capacity of 781 passengers with 408 crew. And she was last refurbished in 2024. There's a number of sister ships, actually. The Azamara Quest, the Azamara Pursuit, and the Azamara Onward. Also the Oceania Insignia, the Oceania Nautica, and the Oceania Regatta. None of those ships I've been on as yet. Also has a number of former names when she was a Renaissance cruiser ship. Yeah, it's looking through the agenda. She's itineraries. She's down in Spain, France, Spain, then Mediterranean and Italy and Greece, and then back to Spain and Lisbon, then down to South Africa, and then across to the Seychelles, and then back down to South Africa, and then Lisbon, and then the Spain and the Mediterranean, Italy, Greece, back to Spain, and then up to the fjords for a bit, then Iceland, over to the States, Canada, New York, and then off to the Caribbean. Yeah, there you go. So, as we'll see, she doesn't really have a home port. She's constantly bouncing around between many various destinations. Obviously, look, due to the prevailing wind conditions, we're requiring the assistance of 2 tugs here. Which does make things difficult with the sun on the water there. There we go. I thought it was quite interesting to see the pricing on that one. Like I said, I'm surprised actually it's not as expensive as I thought. Oh, with the shipmates in the chat. We've got plenty of shipmates in the chat this lovely windy Tuesday evening as we watch the Azamara Journey depart for Liverpool. Ahoy there, Stu Footer. Ahoy there, David. Ahoy there, Deborah Speller. Ahoy there, Alpha Mama.
Bystander VTS, where are you located at the moment, Alan?
With a Dean Willis. Oh, he says that's a nice passenger-staff ratio. Oh, yeah, exactly. I was thinking exactly the same thing, shipmates. It's almost 2 to 1. I'm pretty sure that by the end of the cruise, or even very shortly into the cruise, the staff will know who you are.
Standard VTS, that's all as good. Yes, you may enter the Empress Docker.
Well, there, Georgina Stevenson. Shipmate Dean Willis says touch breezy out there. Yeah, definitely a touch breezy. Definitely. Well, there, shipmate Leslie R. Well, the Carol Finnis says it's a bit rough out there. Yeah, it really is. I was looking. Well, it's not. I think it's calmed down a bit, but earlier on, the water. There's some pontoons that just sort of in the middle of the screen there. There's that black horizontal line, and you can see the water lapping over it because it's coming from the west, and it's not going up Southampton water as much. It's just coming across. Very unpleasant out there. Well, there's Sue Hawks. And with Edward Coates. I think I've got... Oh, and there's shipmate Jackie Miller. Oh, she watched the Queen Mary 2 coming in this morning. A great view. It was a great view this morning. The colours were particularly sensational. Oh, there's any trouble this time of day and this time of year. We've got a very bright sun reflecting off the water here. Makes the camera's life very tricky indeed. Doesn't really enjoy it. He doesn't enjoy staring into the sun. Well, I must say, neither do I. Well, shipmate Barbara. I know she was keen on the Queen Mary 2 this morning as well. Shipmate Barbara is from Switzerland. Shipmate David's wondering if we'll see any flags. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to hold on to them. Paul from Chance Wants to Love Cruise actually says the Azamara includes gratuities, select alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages, shuttle service to day centres, fitness classes, and self-launch. Brilliant. Well, that's just a bit like the Oceania lines then. So, in fact, let's bring up that price again. So, this is the price for this 13-night cruise on the Azamara. Looks like she's going backwards. She's being blown backwards by the wind. This is the price for this 13-night cruise on the Azamara Journey. So it's from $17.59 per person for an inside, $19.29 per person for a sea view, ocean view. And as our channel sponsor Paul from Love Cruise says, that does include gratuities, some alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks, shuttle service to city centres, fitness classes, and self-service laundry. Now, that's one of the things I've noticed with the smaller boutique lines. Even though the prices are more, they tend to include everything that you would probably normally pay for anyway. I don't know if we're going to get any horns. Oh, the shipmate Susan. Oh, I can't read your name, Susan. Many thanks for your donation. Oh, Susan Stutkin. Oh, it says, she's got a message that it says, you're doing a fantastic job as always, and a pleasure to watch you.
Southampton BTS, Red Falcon, passing northeastern inbound, permission to proceed with speed caution.
Red Falcon VTS, yes, it's safe to do so. The Azamara Journey approaching pier head over.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
She says it makes the time until the next Cunard cruise even more enjoyable. Greetings from Augustenborg, Denmark. Ah, Denmark. To have too many shipmates from Denmark. Oh, welcome. Last time I drove to Denmark, when you drive up, you go up from Germany, you drive north, then you turn right and head east. And I think there's a place called Folding, and then I think near that there's a place called Fart. If my memory serves me correctly, it did make me chuckle. About in the middle of a 12-hour journey, but then I suppose 12 hours in the car, anything would make me laugh. Oh, there's a few shipmates up on top. Looks like the camera's moved again. I'm having problems with the mounts on this camera. I've got a replacement camera coming for this particular camera, box cam. I bought an upgraded camera. We had it here for about a week or so, and we were testing it, and I was hoping to use it, but it was not very smooth in its panning and tilting. And I spent some time with the support department to try and fix it, but they couldn't seem to fix it and decided it was a hardware problem, so I had to send it back, and I've got another one coming now. You can see the line just coming in on the tug there. Yep, there we go. There's the line coming in.
Southampton VTS, Azamara Journey, pier head out.
Azamara Journey VTS, that's all copied. Red Falcon, approaching Western Shelf, outbound. Correction, inbound.
Well, this should make Lynn Cohen. It says, how is everyone? Long time since I've been on the chat. Nice to be back. Oh, good.
Lady Bertha VTS, sir.
Shipmate George Emmett says, aircraft carrier sailing tomorrow. Ah, that'll be one of the ones from Portsmouth, I suspect.
Lady Bertha VTS, that's all copied. Traffic information, the HMM Algeciras at St Helens, inbound, main channel, has a PC pass with the outbound Azamara Journey pier header.
That's the tug on the rear.
Azamara Journey VTS, sir.
Shipmate Leslie asks, good question, is the Azamara Journey an adult-only ship? I don't know. I can talk about the Oceania ships because I've asked the question. They don't cater.
Azamara Journey VTS, sir.
The Oceania ships don't cater for children. They don't really have many facilities on board. They don't have sort of daycare and all that sort of thing. They do allow them on board, but the ones that are on there are really well behaved because they're quite adulty ships, so they tend to have very well behaved children on board. But that's like you'd have to. I suspect there might be some children, but probably not as many as you would imagine. Probably just a few well behaved ones. There you go, seeing the tug there at the stern, just disconnecting. And you'll see how it's small. So, I don't remember how many gross tons. Let me check. 30,000 gross tons. That's very small. I don't think that's probably the smallest cruise ships we get in port here. I mean, they're so small that they don't even peek over the Town Quay pier there. Look, yeah, the wind's moved the camera around. Never mind. Next departure is the Queen Mary 2, and she's due away at 10 o'clock. It was supposed to be 6 o'clock. I don't know if that's a wind-related issue. But still showing at 10 o'clock. As you can see there, this water here in front of the Hythe Marina, little stretch here, was really choppy earlier. Lots of little white caps all over the place. There's the old tug coming back. The Azamara Journey departs with 649 passengers. Should have wrote it down, shouldn't I? It's the Queen Mary 2 not departing until 10 o'clock. Gosh, even this camera is bolted to a building very solidly, and even the wind's blowing the actual camera around. That's how windy it is out there today, shipmates. It's a little bit exposed, this camera. It's right up on top of a roof. It's solidly bolted to it, but they're bolted to a wall. It's just so windy out there. Hello, shipmates. Reb Teen. Welcome aboard, shipmates. I think you might be German. Guten Abend, perhaps? I was watching the ferry earlier depart from Cowes, and you could see it bouncing around quite a lot. I think you might have needed your sea legs on the ferry today. Yeah, old Netley Cam is suffering with the wobbles. Oh, hi there, shipmate Fiona McNichol. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for becoming a member. Grab yourself a mug of grog and make your way down to the galley. See the choppiness of the water there. Lots of flares going on. There's a big flare at the top of the screen there over the refinery. They're starting up some sort of hydrogen process, so they've got some unusual flaring activity going on. But look how big that flare is, really long, and the wind's blowing it completely sideways. Normally the flares tend to go up. Seagulls seem to really enjoy this sort of weather. They seem to whiz around without any effort at all. There's one there right on the camera's neck, just whizzing about. Don't seem to flap their wings. I've noticed on Itching Cam how small the Azamara looks. Itching Cam's actually quite stable. It's on a really thick mast. Netley Cam, however, suffers somewhat with the wobbles. If it's a southwesterly, it's okay, but if it's a westerly or a northerly, it struggles. Well, I'm not sure what to do next, shipmates, because originally both ships were due to depart at the same time, approximately. Now I don't know. There's Queen Mary 2 is not due away until 10. Which I know I can waffle on for a bit, but I'm not sure I can waffle on for 4 hours, and I do have a galley break that's required. What to do? Yeah, it's very windy there, out over there on the Solent. I shall try it with Netley Cam, but I think Netley's going to suffer. Well, Netley will suffer at the moment, looking. Oh yes, looking straight into the sun on Netley Cam. Shipmate actually wants to look at the extra participant. Actually wants to look at the wind charts. Let's have a look at the wind. How is the weather doing? It is dying down slightly. Yeah, it could be dying down slightly. We're still gusting at 30 knots though. And I heard VTS was talking about the weather earlier. I think the weather is supposed to ease up in the evening. (19.4°C). It's cooled down. It's quite pleasant now. It had been quite hot for a few days, especially in my cabin. And my cabin's now rather comfortable, 26, which is a lot better. As you can see, the wind is coming from the west directly. The shipmate Sarah L says, really looking forward to watching Queen Mary. It'll be nice dock. Well, actually, yeah, you actually make a good point there, actually, shipmate. I will keep this live stream going. But yeah, you make a good point, because at 10 o'clock, I would imagine that it's going to be dark at 10 o'clock, but not that dark. So yes, we could get some really good views. Yeah, good point there, shipmate Sarah L.
Green VTS or copy thing.
For all of you who like to have a guess on something, I think Friday is going to be a good one. Friday, we've got 4 cruise ships departing: the Norwegian Dawn, the Britannia, the Queen Mary 2, and the Majestic Princess. All 4 ships depart at 4 o'clock. So I think I'm going to run a little guess, a little competition. Let's call it that, shall we? Might even offer a real prize if I could think of a prize to offer you. I think I'll run a guess as to which order you'll think the ships depart. They're all supposed to be leaving at 4 o'clock, which obviously they can't all leave at the same time. One of them normally gets delayed, or 2 of them. But I think we'll run a little competition to see who can guess the order of the ships departing, as they're all departing at the same time. So I might have to before I start the live stream, I'll get you to put your guesses in the chat, and I'll probably stop the guesses when I go live, because once I go live, the VTS radio will probably give away the running order for the ships that day. The SP, the Harbour Patrol, is heading on out. She's probably going to escort the Azamara Journey down Southampton water. Starting to get a better view slightly on Netley Cam now. Shipmate David thinks could do a Hornage guessing game too. It could do. Some of them are quite obvious, and some of them are not so obvious. Obviously, the Princess Cruises are fairly obvious, and the Disney ones. Although, which ship obviously would be more of a challenge. And then the other ships, well, I think I recognise some of the horns on the other ships, but could I recognise them if I wasn't looking at the ship? Tricky. Yeah, that would be another challenge. Shipmate Edward Coates asking Queen Mary 2 departing at 10 o'clock, asking if that's a technical problem or due to the weather. Well, I don't know. She did arrive late, so I do wonder if they just haven't had enough time to do everything. Because I'm just looking, and the barge vessel Sea Green is still at Queen Mary's side, so I imagine she's been delayed for that, and I think possibly there's a good chance she's been delayed for the weather as well. The weather's supposed to get better later on, less wind. So yeah, she's a good chance she's maybe delayed for both. I see not too many people out on the water this evening. Just the cruise ships, the ferries, and the seagulls. Yeah, so that's going to be Friday. So put your thinking caps on, and we'll have a little guessing game on that, I think.
Lady Bertha, the Azamara Journey, afternoon on.
Lady Bertha.
Yeah, okay, no, yeah, I'll give you a wide berth to go for it, no problem at all. I'll watch points.
Yep, so we've got 4 on Friday, 2 on Thursday as well, Celebrity Apex and Emerald Princess. Then on Saturday, we have 3 on Saturday, Ventura, Sky Princess and Iona. Looks like they'll be around 4 and 5 o'clock departures. 3 on Sunday as well, Independence of the Seas, Arvia and Regal Princess. And then on Monday, I'm looking forward to Monday, there's 2 departing on Monday, the Ada Perla and the Oceana Vista. Now the Oceana Vista, I've got a ship visit on that day as well, so I should be on board during the day, experiencing all that Oceana Vista has to offer. There's a good chance I might be a bit squiffy when I get back. They do tend to ply you liberally with cocktails and wine as you go around the ship. You have to obviously experience all the ship has to offer. I should make a little film of that. I'm actually getting backlogged with ship visit films. I'm going to have to rethink how I film a ship visit. The first couple of ship visits I've been on are really interesting and they give you a lot of information. But then when I get back to try and make a film about it, there's so much information I don't really know what to do. It feels like I'll be overloading you with so much information. So I'm not sure whether to spend time editing it and making it neat and polished, or whether just make it more raw and vloggy style, but just put the content up. I'm thinking maybe some content's better than no content. Or maybe I just need someone to do my editing for me. I suppose that'd be handy, wouldn't it? Look at the colour of that water. It's been stirred up by all that wind. Oh. And I think the Wi-Fi link is suffering a little down here at the club. It's definitely has a problem with the weather, the Wi-Fi link. Very odd. Particularly the rain. Wind also seems to affect it. I think it's because the antennas are on a pole and they wobble around. Many problems all over the place with various different pieces of equipment. Alexander Blue Spanner Hades has found out some information on the Queen Mary 2, and he says yes, the late arrival was due to a medical evacuation, and that's now pushed the departure time later as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. They just haven't enough time to load all the stalls on board. Yep, so that's Oceana Vista, that's Monday. A quick look through Independence of the Seas and Queen Mary 2 on the next Friday. Oh, not much next week. Quite quiet. Just Monday and the Friday. Saturday, there's 4 ships. Sunday, just the 1 on Sunday. Monday, a couple. And then next week after next, so very shortly, we will have the Disney Fantasy arriving in port. Now, I know there'll be a big crowd of shipmates watching the Disney Fantasy come in. I will definitely get my new outside microphones hooked up in time for that, so we can pick up the maximum sound quality of the Disney Hall. The newer Disney ships, because last time we had Disney Dream, and she only played 1 tune. But my understanding is from some well-informed shipmates that the new Disney ships play a whole variety of tunes. Channel sponsor Paul from Loves Cruise. Thinks more content might be different for a change. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's really, they give you so much information. I really want to show it all to you and then narrate it and edit it. It's you end up with something that's half an hour long and takes a couple of days to edit, and things just get in the way or something else comes up, and then it gets put to the backlog and backlogging, yes. Shipmate Donneras wants the final instalment of the Norwegian Nature Trick. Funny you should say that, shipmate. I was actually did a little bit of work on that this afternoon. Well, I had sort of half an hour to spend to get myself back into that. Let's see, what are we today? Today is Tuesday. I will aim to get that out for the weekend. I think that's within my logistic capacity. And I will have to check on a few things. I think I've got some all the content. That was a great trip, that was, on Norwegian Aqua. My 7-day Transatlantic to Boston turned into an 11-day trip to New York. And it's the longest. So quite a few of the... there was a technical presentation by the crew, and they were up on stage. People were asking them questions. It's quite interesting. A couple of people. One of the questions was there enough fuel to get across the Atlantic? Yes, apparently there is. There was enough fuel to get across the Atlantic and back, and then across halfway again. So plenty of fuel on board.
Lady Bertha VTS, that's all copied. The HMM Algeciras between the ports now.
Another question was there enough water on board? And they said yes. There's the water. The ships make their own water, so they never run out of water. One of the questions about food: is there enough food on board? And they said yes. They actually have enough food for pretty much this cruise and the next cruise. So they might run out of some fresh things, perhaps, but generally they are really well stocked. But someone else did ask the crew, had they ever been on a 9-day cruise without stopping at a port, and no one had. The longest anyone had done was 8 days. So it was a new record for all of them, and a lot of them had been at sea for 30 plus years. Yeah, so I'll finish that one up. I've got a backlog of films. I really do need to crack on with them, but they take quite a long time to edit. You may or may not know, but yeah, I suppose every minute of film probably takes an hour to edit. So if it's 10 minutes long, it's probably taken 10 hours to edit. It's probably a rough guide, probably a bit longer on some of them. Oh, both cameras are wobbling around here. There is you can see the water actually in the Solent. It's calmed down a bit now. The old ferry was having a real rough and tumble time earlier. Weather conditions look good though, otherwise. It's sunny and bright. Oh, wind's blowing the poor camera around. Looks like I think she's starting the turn round casual split. I can look at the map, can't I? Well, I just look at the map. She's captain. The technology. Oh no, she's going round the Esso refinery here. Yep, here's the Esso refinery with all the red dots of the tankers. Gas Victory, Sigaya Teresa, SV, Wakalini, Homeric, Twister, Lady Guia. I think that's the one that's departing shortly. Which champion? What is interesting with this new one, I like, is I can put all of the navigational buoys up on screen. There we go. So when you hear them talking about different navigational markers, different colours, this is where you keep. So where you come into the port here, so you can see the channel. The actual dredged channel that's navigable is quite narrow in between here. And I was saying the other day, this is where the red funnel was sailing up in between. So this in between these two greens here, this is like a secondary channel. It's a small ships channel. And then all of these have names. So there's Lanes Lake. You may have heard VTS talk about Lanes Lake and the Hound. If I talk about that one. And these are the signals. At night time they flash, so they flash green and they flash red. So this one is flashing 3 times every 10 seconds, and this one flashes twice every 4 seconds. This one flashes after barn, flashes twice every 4 seconds, and Dean's Lake flashes on repeat every 5 seconds. Flashes red every 5 seconds. You might get some that are occulting as well. They have some strange terminology for the flares. This is the Hamble Point marker. It's at the end of Hamble here. And the idea is, it's a bit like Cowshot Spit. There's a big, all the way up here, there's from coming all the way down here, you see these buoys. They mark the channel because there's a big sand spit here that at high tide you cannot see, and at low tide it's very obvious. But to get safely around it, you've got to come all the way down here around the Hamble Point buoy and head north. So this Hamble Point buoy, and it looks exactly like that when it's on the sea. The 2 down arrows mean keep south of the buoy. Here comes the Azamara onward, on the other side of Cowshot Spit now.
HMM Algeciras, Southampton BTS.
Yes, I shall edit up the Norwegian Aqua film. Yes, I shall do that. If I don't do it by the weekend, you can feel free to unsubscribe. I haven't done it by the end of Sunday. Very choppy indeed. So you can see the beach huts, you can see the beach at Cowshot, and just about where the bow of Azamara Journey is now, there is a concrete lump in the middle of the water there, and that is the outfall from the old power station that's been demolished. Essentially a useless structure now in the middle of Southampton, or in the middle of the Solent.
Eleanor BTS.
We should be able to see a few of those buoys.
Sir Eleanor, Southampton BTS.
Now, all of our shipmates, Chris White, he has, well, actually his brother, well, his family have a beach hut on Cowshot Spit, and the other day, he's in Bangkok, but the other day he was saying that his brother was out there painting the beach huts. They're all different colours. They all look quite pretty. Nowhere near as expensive as some of the beach huts in the world.
Azamara Journey, Southampton BTS.
Oh, that's Azamara Journey on the radio now. All the VTS trying to raise her.
Azamara Journey, Southampton BTS. The radio check, please.
Oh, radio check.
Azamara Journey, BTS, that's all received, thank you. And the HMM Algeciras, construction in North Starbridge.
Shipmate CS28 says, never do that. I was suggesting you could threaten me with unsubscribing. No. Oh, there we go. There is one of those markers there. So can't quite see that one very clearly, that marker there, but it has 2 arrows pointing at each other. And that means keep west, because to the east of that buoy is the Bramble Bank, and you don't want to be going over that. It's okay in your small pleasure craft, and if it's low tide and you're on your yacht, you would definitely be in trouble. And if you're in a large ship, you're definitely in trouble. Shipmate Donna says, yes, Muddyford comes to mind as an expensive place for a beach hut. Oh, yes. I was down in Muddyford the other day, and I was looking at the beach huts in Muddyford, and I don't remember how much it was for a beach hut. I think it was a £250,000, something like that. I don't remember. But I looked at the beach hut, and at the same time, not Bill Gates, the other one. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife bought a house in San Francisco, and it was the most expensive house in San Francisco. And I did a comparison. Americans particularly like to sell property by square foot. So if you're buying a property, they want to know how many square feet it is. 1,000 square feet, it's quite small. 3,000 feet, it's getting medium sized. 6,000 feet is quite large. And then if you get 10,000 feet or over, it's massive. I don't remember how big her house is in San Francisco. But as a consequence, you have a price per square foot as a measure. And I checked, and the beach hut in Milford-on-Sea was more expensive per square foot than the most expensive house in San Francisco. And that puts it into perspective. So you can see the various red and green buoys around here indicate the navigable channel or the larger ships. Also rather confusingly. So as you enter into a port, you have red on your port side or your vessel and green on your starboard side. That's how the navigation lights on a ship work, and you'll notice on a ship lots of things are coloured red and green so you know which side of the vessel you're on. So as you come into a port, you'll notice that the markers are also covered the same colours, red and green. And as you come into a port, the red ones will be on your left as in your port side with your own red markers, and likewise the green ones will be on your starboard side with your green markers. And then the first time I was in the States on a boat, I was rather confused when we were arriving into a port and the markers around the other way. I don't know why. They switched them round. So I was sort of thought I was leaving the port even though I was arriving. I was very confused indeed. Well, the shipmate, Jack's Lizzie. Yeah, it says, "Hi Captain, was there a big fire on Cowshot Spit a few months ago? Might have been the day you sailed out on your cruise." Yes, there was. There was a big fire, shipmate. Yes, there's a bit of heathland. In fact, good bet if you're on cruise camp, a bit of heathland, pretty much where you see that white post sticking up, that white chimney. To the right of that, there's a bit of heathland, and that's what caught fire. Yeah, they struggled to put it out. Shipmate Shepherd Burke says, "Yeah, to question one of your programs are there. Location. Yeah, absolutely right, shipmate. Absolutely right." Hopefully it will be a relatively smooth ride on Azamara Journey. I noticed the wind is picking up. Let's put the wind on. Yeah, so she's heading round to Liverpool. And possibly...
HMM Algeciras, Southampton BTS.
So the darker the colour, the higher the wind speed. So as you can see, it's quite windy here in the Channel, eases off a little bit out here in the Atlantic. Then as you get back up to Wales, it's again the wind picks up. So she might have a bit of a blustery journey.
Follow the Azamara Journey.
That's the pilot, not the pilot boat. That's the harbour master down there.
Lady Bertha, BTS, understood, thank you.
And that funny looking red marker there is the Cowshot Spit marker. I don't know why that one's different. I think it might be because it's got a weather station built into it. I think. I don't really know why it's different.
The HMM Algeciras, BTS.
As you can see here, so there's the Azamara Journey, and here's the navigable channel. So you can see it's quite small. And then this is the northern channel, which if you're a smaller ship, you can take the northern channel and go straight across there and skip going around Bramble Bank. But that's only really possible for very small vessels, not your big vessels. Bit of a lean going on there. Hold on to your rum, shipmates. I think probably the wind is helping to blow the ship round there. You'd be feeling that, wouldn't you? I think if you were sat at the bar. Ship exits Banner Hades says yes, they follow the different system. Yes, I didn't know that when I first went. I hadn't prepared. I hadn't done my homework. I naively thought I knew the way of the world, but apparently it's not. The Americans are backwards, which doesn't make much sense to me, because if you're in the port, you know where you are. But if you're arriving at a port, you want to know how to get into the port. Once you're already there, leaving it's easy. Anyway. Yeah, definitely looking choppy out there. Shipmate Donares actually asked a good question, asking, will the Azamara Journey take the shortcut past the Needles? What? No. But yes, she was going to. So the shipmate Donna's asking which way she will go. So predominantly the ships, when they leave port here, they come down Southampton water, they go around Bramble Bank, like the Azamara is now, then they go left here, they're hard to port, and they carry on out, and then they'll go around, head off to the Spain and France that way, or over to Northern Europe, the fjords that way. But occasionally they will actually go all the way down here past the Needles. We had the Celebrity Apex last year. 3 or 4 times went down that way past Needles, and the views are stunning down there, because the Olowite webcam people have got some stunning cameras down there, and it looks absolutely amazing. And it was really Celebrity Apex. She's got a dark hull, white superstructure, big orange lift in the middle, and she just looked really pretty with a sort of sun in the evening sun. And I heard on the radio that the master and the pilots were, look at that lot, that yacht's heeling over, isn't it? Hardly got any sail up either. The master and the pilot were discussing it, because it is ultimately the master's choice. The pilot actually gets off. If they were going out to the west, the pilot gets off around here somewhere, I think, and then the master of the ship will take it out. But the master and the pilot were discussing, and I think they decided it was a wise idea to avoid going through the Needles, and they'll just go around. Shipmate Commander Brax, it's all in the States, they say, right, red, returning. I guess so. I wonder how it's ended up being different. Interesting one. Maybe I'll look into that one day. Shipmate Chef Book says, well, here, one hand for the ship, one hand for yourself. No, in my case, that'd be one hand for the ship, one hand for my rum. Well, shipmate OC Aviation says, good evening, Captain. Nice to see you again. Saw you live the morning. Why is the water choppy today? Because of the wind, shipmate. Wind. We've got gusts of 28, 30 knots, and it's wind speed of 20 knots. And it's coming directly from the west. And that normally it's from the southwest, but when it comes directly from the west, it does make it really choppy out in the Solent. Solent suffers a lot with choppiness, but even Southampton water does when it's westerly. Oh yeah, shipmate, our excellent Bruce Banner Hades reminds me that the Cowshot light boat, or lighthouse ship, that's where it used to be, where that funny marker is at the moment. It's now at the Southampton Aviation Museum. It's parked outside. It used to be an ocean village. It's a big red ship lighthouse. It said Cowshot Spit on the side of it. And it was in Southampton water, I think, until the early 90s, where it was replaced with a flashing light instead. It looks really good, and I'm not sure I want to spend... I think they spent 2 weeks on board. They got dropped off for 2 weeks and manned the light boat, and then got off 2 weeks later. And now it's all automatics. What's happening to a number of lighthouses, and they're all turning automatic these days. More reliable, and who wants to be on a lighthouse? I suppose some people would. Writers, possibly. Yeah, it's definitely choppy out there. I would not want to be in a small vessel trying to make my way back home today. It'd be one of those days where you'd have to make sure absolutely everything was strapped down. We'll see that buoy in a moment, which is the Keep West marker. There it is, just on the edge of our screen. So that's the Keep West marker. That pretty much marks the westerly end of Bramblebank there. Bramblebank does tend to move around, so it's not always obvious where it is. So there's a fairly large area marked out to avoid. And it's amazing the number of people that actually hit it. I remember, I think it was a couple of years ago, we were out in Southampton water, and there was a very large powerboat stuck on Bramblebank. Big, I think it was a big sunseeker or something. Shipmate Joe says, extended voyage for pilot to Lyme Bay today, question mark. Oh, yes, that's a good point. The pilots normally get off at the NAB anchorage, but if conditions aren't favourable and a bit choppy, they will get off somewhere else, possibly in Lyme Bay. Shipmate Pilot William says, what a difference 12 hours makes. Enjoyed this morning, Captain. Yes, this morning was serene. Absolutely serene, calm, flat. I mean, there were some dark clouds over the Isle of Wight, and they did experience some rain in the Isle of Wight. I think we had a couple of spots here in port. But it was glorious on the water. Yeah, not like today at all. Not like this evening. There you can see those pretty colourful beach huts over on Cowshot Spit there. See the harbour master there. Southampton Patrol bouncing around. There we go. Now she's turning around Bramblebank. And heading off to Leith. No, Liverpool. On this cruise here, in fact. On the British Isles cruise. If you were interested in going on this cruise, I think shipmate channel sponsor Paul from the cruise, it was actually sold out. So you couldn't have got on board anyway. But if you were interested, it's £17.59 per person from inside. About £2,000 per person for an ocean view. And he does tell me that includes gratuities, soft drinks, some alcoholic drinks, buses, transport into the port of where you are, possibly something else. There's shipmate Stunning Drone says, would I fly my drone in this wind? I have flown it in quite windy conditions before, but mainly no, because it doesn't lead to particularly good footage. But I have done a job where I was taking some pictures, and it didn't really matter. The drone was bouncing around, but it was really challenging not to hit things. If I'm taking pictures of property, you tend to find the best picture of the property is the one that's just above the trees somewhere. And of course, if it's really blowy, the turbulence comes over the trees and over the roof of the house, and yes, it gets quite tricky. But no, I wouldn't probably be filming any video footage in this weather. It would be a bit bumpy. How about you then, Stunning Drone? Have you flown in weather of 20 knots, gusting to 30? Pretty little ship, the Azamara Journey. Oh, and Hades reminds me, self-service laundry also included. I will just check the time for Queen Mary 2, but I suspect it has not changed. It's still 10 o'clock. Yes, still 10 o'clock. Although I do notice now that the work vessel has now departed. I suspect she might be waiting for the wind to die down. She's only over to Bruges. It's a 3-night trip to Bruges. She's got plenty of time to get to Bruges, so I think she probably just decided to stay in port for a bit longer. And hopefully they'll give us a reasonably interesting sort of nighttime departure. Not the best of ships to look at nighttime. The best ships are the AIDA line. They are covered in LED lights. They are like floating nightclubs at sea, those things. They look absolutely brilliant. Very pretty to see in the evening. But some of the other ships, like for instance Queen Mary 2, quite difficult to see when it's dark. The dark hull doesn't have many lights. Being an older vessel, they weren't really into lighting things up in quite the same way they are today. Shipmate Stunning Drone says, nope, fair weather pilot. Yeah, I'll go out in 20-mile-an-hour winds, no problem. More than that, it's like I say, if you're doing video, it's too bumpy. Too bumpy. But if you're taking stills, not so bad. I did fly it once in eastern Washington in a 40-50 mile an hour breeze just to see what it was like, and it was quite entertaining. It's got a top speed of about 40 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour, and so it was struggling to stay still, and if you went forward, it just about went forward, and if you went backwards, it shot backwards. It was quite impressive. Shipmate Don S likes the AIDA light shows as well. Yeah, that's one of the treats we get in the wintertime. It's such a variety on this channel, I have to say. In the summer, I complain about the too much bright light in the camera. In the winter, I complain about it being dark and rainy in the camera. Always variations of complaining. There you go, see another marker buoy there. I think that one says keep north, I think. Yes, keep north. That's the Prince Consort marker. You might hear them talk on the VTS radio about the Prince Consort marker, because once they're past the Prince Consort marker, the channel opens up, and the ships can pass here, but they can't pass. Once they go past the Prince Consort buoy, they can't pass. So it gets, if you're a bigger vessel, a clear channel vessel, from that point onwards, no one else is allowed to get into your space. And that's what VTS are there for, to organise all the various movements. There she goes, heading off to Liverpool. 2-day journey to Liverpool. Currently at about 14 knots. Disappears behind a tree here. Oh, there's a tree. No, you don't want one. Right, shipmates, I will head off to the galley myself. I'll leave the live stream going, and we will be back at 10 o'clock for a nighttime departure for a change. I've not had a nighttime departure for a while, of Queen Mary 2, and hopefully the skies will look clear. I can notice over on box cam, in fact over on a couple of the other cameras, it's looking quite light out there, so I think we might have a reasonable sunset. Might have some good colours in the sky. Shipmate's telling drone noises. He likes to drone the ships as they depart port. Then he likes to watch the live streams later and see if he can spot his drone. It's funny, it's surprising how easy it is to spot. I say easy, you can spot them. You wouldn't think you could spot a small drone, but
HMM Algeciras, BTS.
they can be quite visible. Right, there goes
Algeciras, BTS.
Azamara Journey on her way to Liverpool, taking 2 days and travelling around the UK. And I shall be back at 10 o'clock for the Queen Mary 2's departure. I shall see you all later, shipmates.
BTS, ready, go passing Northwest Netley, permission to continue.
Red Eagle, VTS, yes, if safe to do so, no reported traffic.
Thank you.
Red Falcon, BTS, understood traffic information, the HMM Algeciras, approaching the Prince Consort, clear channel. Lady Bertha, BTS. Lady Bertha, BTS information, the Port Sea Rescue 1 is engaged in helicopter operations just that's Gilkiter. Lady Bertha VTS, south of Gilkiter for training purposes. Azamara Journey VTS. Azamara Journey VTS information, the Portsea Rescue 1 is engaged in helicopter training exercise south of the Gilkiter.
DTS, Eleanor.
Eleanor VTS.
DTS, Eleanor, evening. That's the crew on board for the HMM Algeciras.
Eleanor VTS, that's all received, thank you. Information, the Algeciras just passing the Prince Consort.
Full copy, thank you.
Red Osprey VTS, that's all received. Traffic information, the HMM Algeciras just past Prince Consort, inbound for Southampton, clear channel vessel, and the ferry traffic. Azamara Journey, VTS, that's all received, thank you. Azamara Journey, VTS. The next inbound vessel will be the Monster Michelle, approximately 15 miles south of Southampton.
HMM Algeciras BTS, that's all received, thank you. Wind speed at dockhead west 19 knots to 22 knots.
HMM Algeciras, is this Mercurius? Can we jump to 87, please?
VTS, Eleanor.
Eleanor, BTS.
Yeah, evening, just cleared the stock area and out for this Algeciras then.
Eleanor, BTS, all received, thank you.
Yeah, VTS, Fairview Lifeboats, leaving dockhead.
Fairview, BTS, that's all received, thank you. Break, Master Michelle, BTS, good evening.
Stargate BTS or receive, thank you. Radar spray BTS, check again, thank you.
BTS, Mercurius.
Curious BTS.
Just leaving 45 out for the Algeciras.
Curious BTS or receive, thank you. VTS. Azamara Journey, VTS, other than the Monster Michelle, there's no other reported inbound traffic. Lady back to VTS. Lady back to VTS, that's all received, thank you. Traffic information inbound 5 nautical miles south of the Nav Tower, then Monster Michelle, going west of town.
VTS, Fred Eagle, departing roll pier.
Pretty Eagle, VTS, all received. Traffic information, the HMM Algeciras late lake inbound for the container terminal.
That's all, copy, thank you.
Spitzer, Ferriby, Red Osprey.
Red Osprey, Ferriby. Evening, Captain. I'm stationary if you want to pass me on my port side.
Pass you on your port side. Okay, so we'll come to starboard and show you red come round your stern, is that right?
Yeah, I'm facing upriver, so come down my port side.
You're facing up the river. Okay, yeah, we'll stay. I'll leave you on our starboard side. Come down your port side, thanks.
Roger.
There we are, Southampton VGS. There we are, Southampton VGS. That's all received, thank you. Please call again when your anchor is away.
HMM Algeciras, Red Osprey.
Mr. Michelle, Southampton VGS. Mr. Michelle, Southampton VGS, understood you're passing east of the nav. Traffic information, the Lady Bertha, current by the Warner Voyage, she will pass north and east of the tower.
BTS, Red Osprey. That's just come out to Western Shelf now. I think you copied the traffic with the tugs.
Right off for ADPS, yeah, or thanks.
Thank you.
BTS Army Workboat 44.
Army Workboat 44, Southampton BTS.
BTS Army Workboat 44, approaching Dibden Bay Buoy, outbound for Port Solent. We're going to go outside the Reds.
Workboat 44, Southampton BTS, understood, thank you. Southampton BTS. Ferry A, Southampton BTS, understood. You are holding in the anchorage, waiting for your pilot. Ferry A, BTS, traffic information on vessel the Lady Bertha by the Warner Boy. Red Falcon, BTS, just a virgin. BTS passes another traffic information. Mary A currently has anchorage. She has keep the anchor and hold position with our pilot at 21 100. Onto Michelle, Southampton BTS, traffic information. The Mary A, currently in St Helens anchorage, has heaved her anchor and is holding position waiting for pilot. Southampton BTS will receive banking traffic information. The Mary A inbound by St Helens voyage type pilot. The Lady Bertha outbound by Hotel voyage. And the Monster Michelle by the nav engine inbound. Back 34, Southampton BTS.
BTS, and we won't go through. We're now back.
I'll be right back 44, Southampton BTS will receive evening.
Yes, Red Osprey, good evening. Shortly shifting over from Royal Piers Town Quay, shutting down. This boat will be back in for the midnight sailing. Thank you.
Traffic information, St Barlow, coming out of the Portsmouth Channel. VTS through the full southbound, thank you. VTS, will receive, thank you. Yes, good evening. There you guys, that's the yes forward, thank you, and traffic information on the Vario comes through sports and bound. Eric A, yes forward, thank you. in VTS, check in, thank you.
VTS, Red Osprey, vessels all fast. Thank you and good evening. Next crew in at midnight.
Red Osprey, VTS, all received. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
That's Michelle, VTS, through the fort. Thank you. Have a good evening. Islanders, Southampton VTS. Early bus service, all received, thank you. Islanders, Southampton VTS. Islanders, Southampton VTS, all received. Send traffic information amongst the Magellan's passengers, ports and for Portsmouth. 9 for pilot. Quebec Express, CTS, go to channel 09 for pilot.
VDS, Red Jet 6.
Red Jet 6, VTS.
VDS, Red Jet 6, shortly departing Town Quay and coming into service for the 2105 sailing.
Red Jet 6, VTS, for receipt. Thank you. Traffic information. Next development, Lady Gaia from SO7. Late departure approximately 6:15 minutes.
That's all copy, thank you.
Farming right 544, VTS, for receipt. VTS. Southampton. Yes, you'll be given 3 hours notice to your pilot. Southampton VTS. Currently, no reported inbound traffic for you. Arrow, VTS, nothing currently, no. Islander, Southampton, VTS. Islander, VTS, still receiving. Lady Gaia VTS. Lady Gaia VTS, all receiving. Hello, VTS. Hello, VTS, all receiving. You have a good question.
Southampton VTS, red Falcon passing northeasterly inbound from
Falcon VTS, you may proceed with safety. to Southampton, VTS, all received. Thank you.
VTS, the Queen Mary 2.
Queen Mary 2, VTS.
VTS, Queen Mary 2.
Queen Mary 2, VTS.
Evening, yep, we're good to go in about 15 minutes from 106, off to Zeebrugge, draft 10.2. Got some numbers if you're ready.
Queen Mary 2, VTS, yep, go ahead.
Guest 2684, crew 1259.
Queen Mary 2, VTS, all received. And there we go. VTS, all received. Hello, VTS.
Yeah, let's do 0 for over the Queen, thanks.
And there, VTS, all received.
VTS Bargate, all finished from the HMM Algiers, back to 37 there.
Sorry, VTS, all received, thank you. Thank you. Traffic information, the Lady Gaia breaking way crest over. Current Spirit, Southampton BTS. Spirit, Southampton DTS, all received, and it's your intention to go to anchor, correct? Spirit, Southampton VTS, your line anchor west of nav anchorage number 5, is that correct? VTS, all received, thank you, traffic information. The current Spirit inbound 10 nautical miles south of the Nav Tower into the Nav anchorage. Southampton VTS, sorry, can you repeat your message?
Southampton VTS, Mercurius.
Mercurius VTS.
That's us done on the Algeciras round for the Chattanooga.
Mercurius VTS, still received. Eddie Guy, VTS, check out main town C. Traffic information, the Mary A, Princeton Consort, and next boarding, the Tarifa, 2330 approx. United Talk, Southampton VTS. Talk, Southampton VTS. Yep, you are clear to proceed. Can I have your draft and number of persons on board? Talk, Southampton VTS. That's all received, thank you. Please call again when your anchor is away. Arabic VTS, all received. BTS will receive traffic information in their A at Prince Consort inbound and Good Lady Gaia at the region outbound. Next departure was Queen Mary 2 from 106. able reject or receive no traffic information, Mary A. Ground call inbound, heading Gaia. Absolutely reach out. Red Eagle reject. Red Eagle reject. Yes, reject. Army work boat 44 reject. Work boat 44, Southampton, Seattle, or receive, thank you.
Ahoy, shipmates! Oh, I don't know how your galley time was. I had a lovely little break down in the galley for me. Had some spare ribs. Very lovely they were too. We are here to watch the late departure of Queen Mary 2. She did arrive in late into port this morning, arrived in at 8:45. We watched her live coming in. Lovely sight this morning, very pretty. And now she's heading to the upper swing ground. And I think the weather, look at that, the weather has died down a lot. We are now down to a more acceptable wind levels. Earlier on, it was really quite windy indeed. 17.6 out there. It's a little,
BTS Red Falcon, shortly departing Royal Perth Cows.
it's a little cooler than it has been for the last couple of days. Shipmate David there says he had a good galley break. OC Aviation says, what time will Queen Mary 2 depart? She's on her way now. She's on the move. She is heading towards the upper swing ground, and you can just about see her on the side there coming across.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's going to be a clockwise or an anti-clockwise spin. Oh, there's shipmate Stephen Graham. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. Queen Mary 2 is off on a cruise. You probably want a little bit more information on that, don't you? She's off on a 3-day round trip to Zeebrugge. I think that's what I had up here, wasn't it? Yes. So this is what she's doing. If you're interested in this sort of cruise, maybe you've never been cruising before and you fancy trying something new, or maybe you don't know if Cunard's for you and you want to give it a go, this might be a sort of cruise for you. And often I see quite a few of these short cruises on the Cunard ships. This is from $399 per person for an inside, or $469 for a balcony. For 3 nights on board, off to Zeebrugge. You get a day at sea, so you can wander around Queen Mary 2, top to bottom, find out where all the bars are, where the lamppost is, and the fire hydrants for your dogs to go for a whittle on. Find out all those sorts of interesting things, and then you've got a day in Bruges. Perhaps you fancy something a little bit more than just a trip to Bruges. Something more substantial. How about 12 nights, a British Isle cruise here. This is for September this year. That's from $14.19 per person up to £2,000 for a balcony per person. Calls in at Cork, Liverpool, 2 nights in Liverpool. Scenic cruise of the Isle of Mull. Oban. Day at sea, Invergordon, Queensferry, and then back to the wonderful port of Southampton. Ahoy, shipmate Random Red Rambler says, lucky enough to travel from Hamburg to Southampton on Queen Mary 2. Oh, yes. That'd be quite good. Actually, it's quite good coming out of Hamburg, isn't it? Quite a lot to see. I mentioned this earlier, but I do think this is actually not a bad price. I just need to find £12,799 per person. But that's 107 days at sea. Calls it New York, Curacao, Panama Canal, Mexico, California, Hawaii, French Polynesia, New Zealand, Australia, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, Mauritius, South Africa, Namibia, Senegal, Canaries, and Southampton. I don't know if that's all the stops or if that's just the highlights. They might be a little bit, wonder if Queen Mary 2 was delayed because of wind as well, because you could just about see there she does have a tug aiding her in the spin, even though the wind has died down a lot, but it is still gusting to 14 knots, so they're probably being cautious. I was sensible. I haven't heard any passenger numbers yet. Shipmate David says you'd have to find the money. Oh, yes, and I get 107 days off work. Yeah, that's the problem. definitely the problem with that one, isn't it? 107 days. It's 3.5 months. Oh, I might have to seriously consider going to the gym if I was on board for that long. Well, the shipmate Ollie Dorling says, "Ahoy, Captain, love the streams." Well, thanks, shipmates. Shipmate Random Red Rambler, who travelled from Hamburg on Queen Mary 2, said it was amazing. There were hundreds of people waving us off, and we had a flotilla of various ships, boats sailing alongside. Oh, that is quite special. I don't suppose the Queen Mary 2 goes into Hamburg very often. She's often here in the port of Southampton fairly often, but not into Hamburg very often. Shipmate Monty Burns Wakes, the VTS has been very noisy. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on. It's almost like there's a constant radio transmission going on. I've got to keep adjusting it. Seems to have been under control now. See the crane moving at the STC5 terminal there, unloading the HMM something. HMM. Oh, Algeciras or something. Cute name. It sounds like they're all named after ports. I'm not sure what that is. It sounds like it's somewhere in Algeria, doesn't it? Algeciras. Let's have a look. Yeah. Move my little box across. There we go. There we go, you can see us slowly spinning on the screen, even if on the map there you go. Yes, you actually see us spinning in real life as well, of course. Oh, it's shipmate OC Aviation says, what does VTS stand for? Oh, and shipmate Monty Burns Wakey's already got me there. Yes, Vessel Traffic Services. Shipmate Pete Warren says, going to Hamburg next year on Britannia. In fact, I'm off to Hamburg in October on the Sky Princess on the inaugural Solent Ships group cruise. Looking forward to that. I've already booked up my trip to Miniature World. Going to meet up with Patrick as well from the Hamburg Live YouTube channel. Oh, shipmate Barbara there's going to give me the name HMM Algeciras. I'm having difficulty pronouncing that one. It is a port in... Oh, it's in Spain. Ah. Not far from Marbella. It's a bit more of a commercial port. Near Gibraltar. Not far from Gibraltar. There we go. Or Cadiz. In the province of Cadiz.
Algeciras.
Yeah, there you go. That's a problem. I'm not very good with Spanish. Spanish and Welsh. I think there's a slight similarity there.
Algeciras.
Yes. That's just the way you say it. It's perfect. Ship on Monty Burns Wakey's always watching the Isle of Wight campus earlier. Watched the Azamara Journey pass by, and then got to watch the Coast Guard doing exercises with the helicopters and a rib boat. Oh yeah, I've seen that before now in the Solent. Yeah, it's quite exciting, isn't it? They perform all sorts of manoeuvres out there. Yeah, it's quite interesting seeing that going on. Shipmate Jacob says, she's beautiful, last of her kind, still in service. Yes, it's true. I don't know if they're building any more, and once she meets the end of life, I wonder if they'll replace her with an ocean liner or just be a cruise ship. Well, shipmate Annie Ann says, if I ever win the lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone. All the signs would point to the Queen giving me away. You'd be booking up the world. You'd be booking up this cruise, wouldn't you, if you won the lottery? Yeah, I know. How would you explain that? Don't know, just say you entered a competition on Solent Ships YouTube channel and won a world cruise. Well, shipmate Terry says, good to see you up this late, Captain. I know, I was up early this morning as well. We live streamed the Queen Mary 2 arriving. She arrived in lovely conditions. I don't think she's going to depart in lovely conditions. It's just been an awful lot of wind in between. I haven't heard any passenger numbers, but I haven't been listening to the radio, I must confess. I'm expecting that there's probably somewhere in the region of 3,000 passengers on board Queen Mary 2, would be my guess. Built in 2004, makes Queen Mary 2 21 years old. Like I was saying earlier, one of her defining features compared to other cruise ships is her top speed of 30 knots. Most other cruise ships top speed around about 22 knots. And she's a good size as well, 345 metres long. There's not a lot of cruise ships that are longer, but she is narrower and taller. Very different proportions to, say, something like the Icon of the Seas. And compared to this, the earlier ship we had to depart, the Azamara Journey. Azamara Journey was 30,000 gross tons. Queen Mary 2 is 148,000 gross tons. Shipmate Anna, who's won the lottery, says she's going to book as many as she can. You're just going to be permanently cruising when you win the lottery, aren't you, shipmate? Shipmate OC, have you asked where Queen Mary 2 arrived from? Well, she came from New York. Now you're almost pointing directly towards us now. Well, it shipmate Eileen Warren says, as well as watching your excellent channel, regularly watches Hamburg Port Live or Hamburg Hafen Live. I'm thoroughly recommend it. Yes, I watch that fairly often. It tends to be on at different times, so I often catch him while I'm doing some work. I talk to Patrick every now and again. Next time I'm in Hamburg, I'm trying to meet up with him. So if you're lucky, I might be gate crashing his live stream. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Well, shipmate Monty Burns Wakey reckons she's one of the best looking liners out there. Yes. along with Disney vessels. Yeah, I was surprised when before I saw a Disney vessel. I hadn't done any research, and I thought they were all going to be a bit Mickey Mouse. But in reality, I think they've done a superb job. I'd almost say that the Disney ships are almost mini ocean liners, mini Queen Mary 2s. Shipmate Earthwalker said it used to travel to uni from the Isle of Wight, I guess. I think that means to Southampton Uni on the Red Funnel. The days Queen Mary 2 passed were the best. Got some beautiful photos from the upper deck. Saved to my friend. Oh, yes. Yeah. It's really surprising how good a viewpoint the ferry makes. It is phenomenal. If you can sort of coordinate the departure of a ship and a journey on the Red Funnel ferry, you get absolutely stunning views. It's just coordinating it's the problem. Well, the shipmate Swifty says everyone's got to love the Queen Mary 2, the only ocean line in the world. Well, that's very true, shipmate. Oh, shipmate Pam Wolf says she's enjoyed visiting the original Queen Mary a number of times. As I grew up in Southern California, I was going to say, you must have well travelled, or that would make more sense. Grew up in Southern California. It would be sad if Queen Mary 2 stopped as an ocean liner. I hope to sail on her someday. I imagine she'll stop at some port, sometime, but how long that will be, I don't know. They seem to go on longer these days, the cruise ships. I think they build them better. Last 20 or 30 years, they've built the ships to a much higher standards. I think they last better, but at some point she'll probably be retired. Shipmate Annie says, came back from a Spanish cruise and Queen was in the dock having her last checks before her first cruise. She made our boat look like a dinghy. Yeah, she's a big ship, Queen Mary 2. Not necessarily as voluminous as some of the biggest ones in the world, but certainly a substantial ship. She's quite tall. I think she's probably taller than most of the cruise ships. Well, there's shipmate Reb Time. Yeah, she is departing. She's on the way to Bruges. Shipmate Elizabeth Braun loves the way that all the cruise ships honk at her when they pass. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of honking. I don't know if we'll get any honking this evening. Interesting to see. Well, shipmate Tom says, happy seeing you do a live at this time from inside. Yeah, I often will cover them quite late. Oops, pressing wrong buttons here. Does get a bit long sometimes, but oh, shipmate Julie Mango says, my brother and sister-in-law arrived from New York this morning. They had a fantastic time. Oh yeah, it's certainly a way to travel. Looks like the tug is still attached, I think. According to the map, anyway. Yes, Fitzeleanor's at the front. Oh, this should be, and the answer is a trip this time is my dream cruise on my dream ship. Well, give you some idea on pricing there, shipmate. £399 for an inside, or £469 for a balcony. Well, the shipmate Carlos Tilbury says, "Ahoy, is there a curfew for when a ship can leave or arrive?" It's a good question, shipmate, actually. Not that I'm aware of. We have container ships and commercial ships arriving at all times of day. No, I don't see why there would be a curfew for the cruise ships. Might be a curfew for them honking their horns. That might be the only problem.
Yeah, we're all finished on the Queen Mary 2. We're back in at 44. Next one says Teresa.
Yeah, there you go. It's Tug Eleanor has finished on Queen Mary 2. So she's under her own steam now. Oh, this should be Tom. Oh, he's asking me what did I do with the 2 new cameras. I put up some testing. Generally, everyone liked the widest viewpoint, the 2.8mm widest view of the ferry terminal, and the other one's narrower. So I've taken them down and started mounting them. And every time I get some spare time, it's either too windy to go out on the roof or too wet to go out on the roof. But anyway, I shall get them back out shortly for our new cruise and new ferry and new junction cam. Hopefully I'll get them out. I'm not sure I'll have time this week. Probably the weekend. But I see it's raining at the weekend. I just can't seem to win the timings on these things. Whenever I've got time, the weather doesn't suit. And when I don't have time, the weather's good. Well, should be OC Aviation. What camera system to use? A couple of different cameras. This is a Sunbar camera. And then I have some Dahua, or whatever it's pronounced, cameras. And also a mile sight camera. So a couple of different brands of camera. They're all PTZ cameras, mounted remotely. Well, there should be OCF, so we're quite late here in Dubai. It's 1:20 a.m. Oh, gosh, I didn't realise you're in Dubai, shipmate. Yeah, that is pretty late. Well, the shipmate, Jez Wilson. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. We are watching Queen Mary 2 depart on a 3-night cruise to Bruges. Shipmate Swifty says, I need an assistant. Yeah, I certainly do, shipmate. I need a little cabin boy to run around after me. Any volunteers, please drop me an email. I thought it might be a bit lighter at 10 o'clock, but it really has. It has gone dark, hasn't it? Was it like on ferry cam? Yeah, it was earlier on, about 9:30. There was quite a bit of light in the sky, but now we're at 20 past. It is actually quite dark. Yeah. Yeah, it's dark all round. Yeah, what little sun there was has gone. Oh, as well, it should be AOC Aviation says, have you been to Dubai before? Yes, I have. Ada Prima is doing a 7-day cruise, or you can try MSC Euribia. Well, I've been on MSC Euribia. Ada Prima might be interesting. Now, where does Ada Prima go from, though? It might probably goes from Germany, doesn't it? Probably goes from Hamburg. Quite keen on travelling just in the port of Southampton. There we go, picking up speed now. Oh, we're getting a bit of a reflection on the water. Ah, she does have her lights on. I think, do you know what, sometimes I think she's left without putting those down lights on along the side. Been a long time since we've had a nighttime departure. Reminds me of winter. Certainly doesn't feel like winter at the moment, although it's cooler today than it has been for quite some time. Cool and windy today. Yeah, and this is the only other problem with nighttime departures, is the Indian restaurant. Rather blows out the screen there. With its bright, garish lights. Shipmate Sarah L says that you look at it glides through the water with such dignity. Yes, she does, doesn't she? Definitely does glide. Very elegant indeed. Let's see if we can get past the Indian restaurant. Such a bright, garish thing. Well, the shipmate Elizabeth Leaborn says, I saw the original Queen Mary leave Southampton for her last time in 1967. We walked from Hamble Junior School to Victoria Park in Nelly. Oh, yes. Gosh. Wow. Yeah, that's quite some time ago. I mean, in a polite way, it's a good memory you've got there, shipmate. Well, the Linda West, after a shout out. There we go then. Ahoy there, Linda West. Hope you're enjoying the pictures of Queen Mary too. Ferry terminal, very quiet. I think the last ferry, not the last ferry, but the ferry just left a little while ago. Shipmate Rahim Morris, one of the Mr. Whippies there. No, I think he's gone. He is there a lot. Oh, shipmate Overseas Aviations, yes, the Ada Prima does go from Hamburg. I thought so, yeah. Be interesting.
VTSV Queen Mary 2 pier, that was that.
Shipmate.
Thank you, Ron.
Shipmate David Seraphin says, you need a captain's tiger. That is the name of the steward who looks after the captain. Well, I didn't know that, shipmate. Ah. Well. Funny enough, I have a friend called Tiger. In fact, I know two people called Tiger. It's very tricky lighting conditions. I've forgotten how tricky the lighting conditions are this time of year. Yeah, I think I'd probably go for the inside cabin at $399. I mean, that's only just over £100 a night. That's not bad, is it? One of the ferries is stopped for the night. That's the Red Osprey. Kilroy. Swifty says the side of the ship with the lights on looks like Kilroy's or Ghost. Forgotten all about Kilroy's. When was the last time you saw a Kilroy anywhere? Gosh, I wonder even young children today even know what a Kilroy is. Oh, is that a drone we've got up in the air there? You see that the white light to the right-hand side of our screen, above the flag. Might be a drone, I think. Or is it a helicopter? Difficult to tell. Probably just about at the limits of flying somewhere if it's a drone. Yeah, it's probably or it could be a helicopter in the very distance. Not sure. Well, the shipmate Bob Price is watching your live stream, looking forward to being on Queen Mary 2 on Friday. Oh, excellent, shipmate. Where are you off to on Friday? I wonder where you're off to. You are off to the fields for 7 days. That'll be something to look forward to for sure. No, wrong camera. There we go. Right camera. What do we work? I said no, it's a plane.
Yes, ready, go just passing Northwest Netland. Looking at the mindful of Queen Mary 2.
Yes, I thought perhaps it might be the plane rather than a drone. Shipmate Martin Griffiths says, absolutely beautiful. Say hello to our friends on board, Alfie and Charlie. Have a great cruise. Well, ahoy there, Alfie and Charlie. Have a great cruise to the wonderful city of Bruges. Shipmate UK Cool Guy says, these short breaks mean a lot to more people. Can afford a trip on Ocean Night. Yeah, I think it's a great way to get on board. Also, if you can't take the time off work as well, I mean, you could take 107 days off work. Oh, getting some nice reflections here, though. Coming along quite nicely, isn't it? Looking quite pretty there. Always has a sort of bright purple glow from the aft area. Queen Mary 2. I just realised that I haven't got the camera working. Right, let's turn the camera on. Not too many out in the balconies. I've seen the odd camera flash. Might be a few people out there. Certainly way past galley time. We're into deep into rum cocktail territory this time of the evening. Right, let's move some of these cameras around. I've forgotten. I'd moved the cameras around earlier. I haven't put them back. Still some flaming going on there in the distance over at Fawley. Right, that's that itching cam in the right place. Well, the shipmate Liz Believable says, hoist on ships, it will be time for hot chocolates. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it, frankly. I was up very early this morning and I've been quite busy all day, and my galley, my adventures.
Yes, Queen Mary 2, Western Shore 5, isn't it?
And my adventures in the galley earlier have taken their toll on my ability to stay awake. There we go. We'll get a picture of her on the itching cam there. And the rest of it's going to look quite blurry, unfortunately. It's just the time of night. Not much we can do about that. Well, I hope you enjoyed that one, shipmate. Rather longer than I was anticipating. Don't blame me, blame the ships. Hope you enjoyed that one. Next live stream will be on Thursday, because it is Friday. No, Thursday. Celebrity Apex and Emerald Princess. I'm not sure we've covered Emerald Princess very often. Celebrity Apex. I wonder if he's going round past the Needles. So that'll be Thursday, Celebrity Apex and Emerald Princess. Friday, it's 4-ship Friday. We've got Norwegian Dawn, Britannia, Queen Mary 2 is back, and the Majestic Princess. 3 ships on the Saturday, Ventura, Iona, Sky Princess. 3 ships on the Sunday, and then 2 ships on the Monday. And I will actually do the 2 ships on the Monday, because one of them is the Oceana Vista, and that's the ship that I have a ship visit on.
BTS, Red Jet 6. Good evening. Shortly leaving Town Quay.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that one, shipmates. Many thanks to all my PayPal patrons, donors,
Red Jet 6, BTS, all received, thank you. Traffic information, the Red Eagles is...
and what else? PayPal donors, Patreons, members of the channel. Captain's definitely going to find his hammock very shortly. And of course, many thanks to all, of course, the Blue Spanner crew for helping out in the chat on this one and all the other one. Right then, shipmates, I'm going to be heading to the hammock pretty swiftly now. So in fact, I'm just going to call this one to a close, because it's going to be tricky to see much more of Queen Mary 2 with this darkness that we have descending upon us now. See you all on Thursday. Till next time, shipmates.